Hi, Nat.
Hello, how's it going?
Great. How about you?
Good, good. I saw you sent the invitation to a couple more people, which is great.
Yes. I hope that's okay.
Yeah. Well, if they want access to any of the slides and stuff, I just haven't sent it to them yet. I'm happy to, but absolutely, information is free.
Great. Let me share this real quick. Can you see the PowerPoint point okay?
Yes. And I'm expecting 3 people to show up. I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
post reminders because so far everyone's shown up late every other night. But
Sounds good. Let me just also let me stop sharing for a second. I'll remind the people who come in here.
hello, Kathy. Let me know if you need help with the audio. Sorry, Brenda, I interrupted you.
No, I'm just saying hi.
Oops, it looks like one person has car trouble and won't be able to make it, but I'll for sure send her the recording.
Here. So we'll just give a couple of minutes, Kathy, for anyone else to join up. And actually, if you could introduce yourself and tell me a little bit about your business, that'd be great.
I'm not sure her audio connected. Maybe I'll try in the chat.
If you can hear me, Annette's gonna put it in the chat. If you go out and come back in, you could also connect your audio through your computer if you're using your computer. That way you can actually use it.
I know, especially when I'm using my phone, I often click the wrong place.
I always find it's much more difficult on your phone than on your computer.
I know. I think it's because there's more options. It's because your phone can do it as a phone or like a pretend computer.
It is a small computer. It's everything.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's amazing and horrible at the same time.
We were looking at our orders for Spice Kitchen, and it's almost it's like an 80-20 breakdown for people who open things. Like everyone opens our emails on their phone, but then actual orders are more on the computer. Kathy, can you hear us?
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Cool, Kenzie.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Can you introduce yourself and tell me a little bit about your business?
All right. My, the name of the business is Mama Africa. So I'm doing I was doing a lot of catering and festival because I used to be on the Redwood Road and 3500 South, but I shut down my restaurant. So right now what I'm doing, I'm producing a sauce. The sauce name is Pili Pili. I don't know if you have heard about it.
Piri piri legatas.
Pili Pili, yeah. So that's what I do at the Square Kitchen. When I have orders, I come and cook and bottle them and ship them out to several stores in town. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Ooh, you're gonna have to tell me your Instagram page for your hot sauce. I love hot sauce.
Oh, you do? I'll
I
bring one for you one day.
have one right here, right in front of me.
Oh, really? Oh, show me again.
It's Cholula.
That's a chula. Okay, mine is hotter than that.
Ooh, spicy.
Can you handle very
Check it
spicy?
out. Just put it in the chat, the website, a Facebook page, anything. I'm gonna go check it out.
I have to do that. That's why I'm taking the class now so I can be able to do that.
Perfect.
I'm excited.
I'm excited for you. Please trust me. That's what
Thank
I'm not gonna lie.
you.
I'm from New Jersey. So currently I'm in New Jersey, and that is one of my biggest fears that there's not gonna be that spice, that flavor, that
Good.
something.
Yeah, that keep your blood moving for sure.
Exactly.
Mm.
I'm Hispanic, so like it's in my blood.
And
I can't do
what
it.
do you do?
So a little bit about myself. I'm the financial capability coordinator. So I act like a financial coach, certification pending, but anything that has to do with personal finance, you can come to me. So if
Mm-hmm.
having your business is one thing, but it's also really important to make sure that you're financially okay. So building
Mm-hmm.
your credit, handling any debt, or creating those goals like
Okay.
buying a car, buying a house, improving your credit, or getting to something that is more personal for you, opening a retirement account, creating an emergency savings. That's all through me. So that's something that we can work on. And
Mm-hmm.
I'm here to support.
Okay.
So as far as
Hello?
your business right now,
Mm-hmm.
what do you see like being your biggest challenge?
Say it again. I can barely hear you.
For your business, what do you see being your biggest challenge? It could also be like maybe you have some finances with yourself that you want to deal with, and that kind of stress puts a stress on your business
Yeah.
or
You know, the whole thing right now with the COVID situation, it's a very stressful world right now. So I'm kind of worried for everything, you know. Since I have this product, I would like to know and understand how I can make a profit out of it.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's where I'm stand right now.
Well, if you ever need a product taster, you know where to find me.
Say it again.
If you ever need a product taster, I am more than willing to offer my services.
Okay, great, great. Yeah, so we can exchange our email. You should see me on the file, I guess. I'm right there. So we can, because I don't hear very well because of the phone, but feel free to email me so I can email you some questions that I may have. That would be great.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, you get it. Brenda, right?
So just send me an email. Hi, Flavia.
Your name is Brenda, right?
Yes. I see
Okay,
the
great.
chat. I just dropped my email in the chat.
I saw it. I can't. I don't know how to do that, so I'm gonna text you back or email you. Mhm.
And if you can't figure that out, just I can find you. No worries.
Okay, great.
I have your email, Kathy. I can give it to Brenda.
Say it again.
Flavia, I haven't met you before. My name is
Yeah, Annette. Yeah, we talked again yesterday, and
Yes.
I sent you an email, I guess. So
Yes.
you had someone who's interested for the meat grounder.
I'm sorry.
Oh, this is not Jackie. This is Annette.
Yes, you probably emailed Jackie
Yeah,
about that.
because I have a list of equipment that I'm selling. So I think Jackie reached out to me. Yeah,
Yeah,
it was Jackie.
with you on that.
Mhm. Yeah, it's
And
okay. Mhm.
So yeah, so we have Flavia joining us today. She
Mhm.
is working with me, and she's amazing. She wants to probably open up her business later on, and so she's attending just to kind of get her feet wet and understand a little bit, especially with the nitty gritty details.
Okay.
great. It's nice to meet you, Flavia. Can you hear us okay?
Say it again.
Kathy, I was asking the Flavia, the other person who's joining. Can you hear us? Yeah.
Flavia, can you hear us? Hear us okay? Okay. She can't hear us.
If you have her phone number, if you want to call her and try to work through the technical difficulties, we can hold on a bit.
Perfect.
As we wait, I was going to show you Kathy. I'm knitting
Mhm.
while I listen.
Show me again.
I just started this one. There's very little to see.
Oh, okay, that's nice.
Yeah.
Mhm. 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 I'm gonna have to excuse myself. I'm gonna go in the car because I have a right to do, but I'm listening.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Mhm.
Okay, Flavia's having a little bit of audio problems, so she's gonna try logging on from her computer. So let's give her a second. Anat, did the other clients say that they were gonna attend?
So Mika wasn't free tonight. Marab is having the car trouble. John had to pull out of the whole series, unfortunately, and Najati hasn't responded. So I think as soon as Flavia joins, we should go ahead, and I'll be sure to send the recording. So I'm sorry that for each of their own reasons they weren't available.
So I'll give her a couple more minutes. If not, something we did last time, because sometimes Zoom is finicky. I just had her on my phone so she could listen, and then it was on Zoom so she could.
Smart, yeah. Whatever works best for her.
Sometimes you have to be creative. Oh, I think she logged on. Flavia, can you hear us?
Oh,
Hello? Hello?
hello.
We can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you now, but I can't see you.
No.
So on the bottom left is a microphone, and that's what turns your sound when you speak on and off. And right next to it, to the right, is a video camera. And if you click on that, it might turn your camera on.
I did, but it doesn't. I don't know. Okay.
But can you see us okay?
Let me see.
Because as long as you can see us, then you'll see Brenda's presentation, and we can save trying to get the video to work for next time.
Can everyone see my screen right now?
You're good. We see it.
And Kathy said she was going to be getting in the car, so she'll probably stay on mute. Flavia, can you see the screen? The yellow presentation?
Flavia? Let me call Flavia. Oh, hi, Najati. Can you hear and see us okay?
Yes.
Hi, so I want to present myself. I'm Brenda. I'm the Financial Capability Coordinator. So anything that has to do with personal finance, I'm the person you talk to. Can you introduce yourself and tell me a little bit about your business?
Yeah, my name is Najati Abdallah. I'm with Spice Kitchen for 5 years now. So,
So you have your own restaurant, food business?
it's growing. They're doing great job, so it's growing. Even though there is up and downs, but we are going up.
That sounds good.
Are you the one who sent me the text?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
Yeah, like, are you the one? I just get the text. Is it from you?
I texted you asking if you were coming tonight. Was it the text for me?
No, from somebody. I don't know. It's Brenda or it's.
I didn't text you.
Yeah, I don't know.
think it
You
might have been
said someone from Spice, so I don't know.
Maybe it was from me, yeah.
You understand that and like new people?
We don't have anyone new on Spice yet.
I don't know who is that.
Okay, well, I'm glad you're joining. We have Kathy, who's also from Spice, and Flavia, who's been working with
Yes. Yeah, I don't know what is wrong with my video. It's not on phone. I can see, but then on computer I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Well, I mean, you could have your phone and your computer both side to side. That way you can see and hear us. Is that okay?
Oh, let me try it. Okay.
Okay, should we get started, Brenda?
Yes. Can everyone see my screen okay?
Yeah, I think I'm using both. I'm using the phone and the because it's kind of crazy. I can see you on phone, but I can't hear you. But I can hear you on computer, but I can't see you. So I'm just connecting.
To both. No, it's sometimes like that. It's okay. All right.
Okay.
So hi everybody. Thank you for joining us. And if everybody can put themselves on mute for right now, I would really appreciate it. Please, and if you have any questions during the presentations, you can put yourself off mute, or either write it in a chat, and that way we can answer as we go.
Okay.
So today this is session 4, and we're going to talk about online payment and processing.
How to sell your own food books.
Flavia, if you could do me a favor, and if you can put yourself on mute.
Mute.
Yes, it's that little button all the way on the left.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. Okay. So we want to specifically talk about Square today. We're going to touch upon other payment systems, but Square is kind of queen when it comes to payment systems for online businesses, food, any small businesses in general. We're also going to touch about the tax information for Square and how to add the taxes to transactions. So that's the sales tax that you see at the end. So usually when you buy something for $5, it's like $5.07 because of the tax. And we're going to go through the online payments through Square. Does anybody use Square currently? Or more specifically, Najat, do you use Square? Yep.
Yes, I do use
Yes,
Square.
I use Square.
Okay, how do you guys like it?
It's good. Since I started
I
my
like
business, that's the only thing I use, and so far it's been working good.
Perfect.
I like that it's easy.
Yes, that's the biggest thing. Any of these payment systems that you choose, there's plenty of them, but it's mostly what's beneficial and easiest for you. That's why Square is queen. So again, there are plenty of platforms, but it's all about making your job easier. As a small business owner, a restaurateur, or just an entrepreneur in general, there's a lot of hurdles you have to pass already. So being able to find the quickest way and the easiest way for your payments is just something less you have to worry about. So another one is PayPal. So that is a money transfer platform. You can do it all over the world. And it's great. It's a great and very popular system for online stores usually. So it has been growing astronomically, and especially now in the pandemic where everybody's trying to shift their businesses to online. So with everything, there's pros and cons to PayPal. So one of the easiest things, one of the most beneficial aspects of it, it's easy to set up and use. So most of customers are already familiar with PayPal because it's international. So even somebody all over across the globe most likely has used it. And customers don't need to have their own PayPal account to pay you. So the fees are usually at a discount. So currently it's 2.9% plus 30 cents for US dollar for debit and credit card purchases. However, there are some cons to it. You have limited terms of use, and you can get your account suspended if there's any fraud or just anything that they deem not okay for your account, and it can be frozen for a couple of months. It can take up to 4 business days for you to withdraw your money and for it to clear into your bank. So if you need funds immediately, or you have deadlines like paying rent, your food vendors, or any of these expenses, then having to wait 4 days can be sort of a hassle. It can also be very difficult to contact PayPal's customer service department. Venmo is another one too. So that is also very, very popular with the younger generation. You have the platform that's owned by PayPal, and there's over 40 million Venmo users. And again, like PayPal, there's pros and cons. It's also very easy for it to use. All you have to do is look up their username. It makes quick payments and you have receipts. Plus, they also have lower fees. They have 3% when using a credit card. That's when you transfer it to your bank.
Sorry,
Or
Sandra, could you talk a little more slowly?
yes, sorry, yeah, stop me if I talk fast sometimes. Stop
Thank
me if
you.
there's any questions or I'm talking too fast. Oh, and if there's any terms in any case, just let me know. And that's what these workshops are for. So we can better understand the material. So again, there's anything you need me to stop or explained, just let me know. However, for Venmo, if you want to transfer money to your bank account, it's free. If you transfer it to your credit card, it's a 3% fee. So it's always better if you do use it to transfer it directly to your bank account. Now, unlike PayPal, customers have to have a Venmo account, and there's no buyer or seller protections. So if there was an error in a payment or they send it to the wrong person, there's not much you can do about it. It's also really difficult to track orders or have drop-off locations, and the payments and receipts for the taxes can be difficult to track while using Venmo. This, for example, if you were selling, let's say, selling hot sauces at your local market, this could be an enticing option because you can just scan it in case people don't have cash or aren't using their credit card. They always have their phone on them. So that's something that you can use in that situation. So you can still sell your product. However, it's usually not the most convenient one for tracking system. And now again, everyone's familiar with Square. Square is queen, and it really does help make everything easier. They have both a software and a hardware. So software is any information or tools within the system. So that could be like apps or anything that can be used in different computers or phones. And the hardware is the actual machine. So that would be the physical parts. So pros and cons of Square. For the pros, you have plenty. You have flat rate pricing, excellent support for low volume merchants. You have affordable chip card readers and additional tools that you can add on for your business. Plus, it has free tools for selling online. And you can do all-in-one payment there. The cons, again, once you grow to a certain point, it doesn't become beneficial for you to have Square just because the system and the fees associated with it overweigh the pros of using it. It's also not suitable for high risk industries. So anything with really vital or important information is something you might not want to use it for. So remember, it's all about keeping the costs low for you. The less costs you have for your businesses, the higher profit margins your business can see. So for the fees, since you both use Square, you're very familiar with these. The fees for Square are 2.6% and 10% for contactless payments, swiped inserted chips, and swiped MagStripe cards. Now, the payments that are manually keyed in, processing using a card on file, they have a 3.5% plus a 15-cent fee. And the invoices, it's 2.9% plus 30% fee or 3.5% plus 15% fee if you use a card on file. The card on file is just a card that you automatically have kind of inputted it and saved in the system. Now, for your standard fees, for $15 for food box, right? If you sell a food box, you have $15. you would have a 0.02% 26% fee. So it would come up to 15.36. Or you can do the flat rate, plus you would have to do the flat rate, which is 15 cents. So your total cost from your $15 food box would come up to 15.54. So those are the fees associated with them. And it's always good to have different forms of payment systems for you and your customer. So again, if you use Square in your business, but you want to sell to a local food market, Square does have magnetic chip readers that you can insert into your phone, in case you know this or not. Or some people just don't carry around cash or might not carry their wallet, and having another payment system like PayPal or Venmo can help you sell your additional project, because all you really need is your phone. But again, Square is a good base option because it helps with everything, from managing orders to payments, receipts, and taxes. As long as it's beneficial to your business, it's always good to diversify. And just as a reminder, one of the biggest takeaways that you can probably take is keeping your business and your bank account separate. So your business and personal account should always be separate, and it's the easiest for tax purposes. Najati and Kathy, do you have a separate business and personal bank account?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. That's great. That way you can have everything separate, and especially when it comes to tax seasons, all your expenses, write-offs is already documented in your bank account. So if you don't have it in your personal, it's just easier to get those invoices just for tax purposes.
Okay.
Plus, when you have your business and you have a business banking account, depending on what bank account or, for example, business credit card you have, you can get additional rewards, you can get cash back, or you can save on certain items. Plus, it also helps you create a credit history for your business. And if you ever need a loan to expand your business, to open up like that brick and mortar restaurant, or to open a second location, then it's going to be easier to take out loans. So again, since you already have a business bank account, it's always good for protection, because it offers you limited liability, for professionalism, because for customers wanting to make checks to your business, it seems better for you to have it in the business name and not in your personal name. Has anyone heard the term shady?
No.
Okay, so this is what we want. We want professionalism, so we don't look shady. Shady just means suspicious, or it's just like something doesn't feel right, or like it could be, I could probably not trust it. It doesn't feel right. So that's what we want to avoid. We want to avoid being shady. So as professionals, we can come off. That helps us, gives that extra assurance to our customers, and it helps us add more value to the name of your business. And it also helps you come up with preparedness. When you have your business account, again, if you ever need a line of credit, the more information the bank knows about your business, the better it is. It's easier to get a loan, and most likely you get a loan at a lower rate than just applying out of nowhere, because it gives you that purchasing power. You can get cash back or save money on purchases for your business specifically. And if you ever have any questions about the best type of credit cards, or you want to just know more information, you can always reach out to Claire or me. Now, we're going to the...
Before you continue, Brenda, I just wanted to check, does anyone have any questions about that section?
No.
I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Great.
So for the next part, we're going to go into taxes. So taxes can kind of seem overwhelming, or they might seem difficult, but it's always good to know more information about things that might seem a little daunting. So for adding the taxes in Square, um, do you, Najati and Kathy, know how to do this already?
Yes, yes, the tax I do know that.
No, what I do since I started business is the Spice Kitchen helped me. I don't know how to do this, but my question is the instead of keeping like the receipts like everywhere, what I do is I have a credit card through the bank. So I just use that one credit card for everything, and then for this way I put everything over there. So that's the thing which is makes the work easier for me instead of keeping piles of it. I don't know if that's right or it's not.
So that no, but that's really really great for taxes though, because if you have a record of everything and you can have, you know, having paper, a physical copy, sometimes it gets lost or it gets spilled on or it just disappears. So having that electronic copy in the credit card statement really does help you with your taxes. So we're gonna walk through Square and how to set it up through here. So you would go first. Once you log in, this is your main page. You're gonna go to accounts and settings. From there, you want to click on business, which is all the way in the bottom. And again, you will get a copy of this PowerPoint. You'll have the recording too. So this is kind of a basic through. And if you ever need to go back, you'll have the resources. You're gonna go after that in business, scroll all the way down. You're gonna see tax forms. Once you click on tax forms, if you don't have it set up, like Najati, since you haven't used it, if you don't have it set up, it's going to look like this. It's going to say you don't have any taxpayer information. So that's what we're going to put in. We're going to put in all your information. So the name of the business, the EIN, so that's the identification number. And then anything that else to do. So the address, the city, state. And now you can also, so that's for the general taxes. And that's going to give you the form that you need to file. And the other one, this one, for right now, do you have any questions? It's just an easy walkthrough. It's just you putting in your information so you can get that tax form.
Good.
Real quick, for address, you want that to be the address that your business is registered to. So a lot of small businesses, that will be your home address, just whatever you're registered to.
Thank you, Claire. And now we want to add the taxes to your transactions. So remember how we're talking, there's like a sales tax or everything. So if you buy the box for $15, it's gonna come out to 15 and some change just because of that tax. So when you put on your main page, you can go up to setup guide. And from there, you set up your account, which is gonna lead up to set up your taxes. And then it doesn't automatically put the tax rate. So you need to make sure you charge the accurate tax rate when you put it on Square. And Claire or Anat, what is the current tax rate for Salt Lake City, if you know?
So this will depend on what kind of items you're selling. Assuming this is with a prepackaged food box, that will just be the sales tax rate of 7.25. It's a little different if you're doing things as like a live restaurant or if you're out of market. So it kind of depends. We can hook you up with those resources as you put them in, but in this presentation, we have it as this.
So you have to be careful to charge the right tax rates. And again, like Claire was saying, if you don't know, we can provide resources to find out what taxes for each of your products.
Okay.
And so once you add create tax, you can put the tax information. It's good and handy to put a name or to label things. That way you know what you're taxing on. We're gonna click the name. And then from there, you can add the tax on item prices. So you can add the taxes to your items or include them with your item price. And either way, you'll need to make sure that all your taxes are being paid through the Utah Taxpayer Access Point. So that's your TAP account.
And Brenda, if I can just add, try and make it as a rule for yourself that whenever you're adding menu items, automatically put this in. Because the last thing you want to do is make a bunch of sales and then realize you didn't have taxes in there. And now that's cutting into your own profits to be able to pay those income taxes. So just try and get in that habit of whenever you create a new menu item, always throw these new taxes in there. The way Square has taxes, it is a little bit of a headache because it's not automatic. But just try and make it automatic for yourself, because if not, what a pain to have to lose some of that profit to pay those taxes.
Great point. And I also wanted to add that in the same way we recommended last session that you regularly schedule social media, you also want to regularly schedule to check on your taxes. So that could mean putting an event in your calendar, writing yourself a note that every month maybe you check in on your tax information, and that'll make it much easier when it comes to those bigger annual taxes, or just to make sure that you're avoiding any fees.
So thank you. Businesses, I'm sorry, you were saying, Kathy?
No, I'm okay with what you're saying. I'm following.
So businesses actually have that already, that usually they'll check their taxes 4 times a year. But if you can do it every couple of months, every month, that just makes it easier for you, because instead of having 12 months worth of tax information, you only have to deal with one at a time. Plus, again, it's everything that makes things easier for your business, because it's already a lot of hurdles, it's already a lot of work. So you just want to make it as easy as possible. So after you add the tax rate, so you put in the name, you set taxes with your location and the percentage, you're going to apply to the items. So this is, again, item by item. So you can put, you should be able to pull up your created menu and be able to list out the items. So you can click on them. Sometimes they have an option of clicking on multiple, but if not, you just click them by one. So depending on what the item is, and make sure you just have the right tax information. So your returns and payments. Because sales tax is based on your previous year's tax liability, you have different times that you have to pay your dues. So if you have a tax liability of $1,000 or less, you only have to file it once a year, and that's in January 31st. So that's actually coming up soon. If you have a tax liability between 1,001 and 50,000, you have to file it 4 times a year. So every 3 months. And that's in April, July, October, and January. And like Anat was saying, if you can have these dates already, put it in your calendar, and maybe like a week ahead, have that information up to date, or the soonest that you can. That way, when the date comes on, you have that information ready. And then if you have the tax liability between 50,001 and 96,000, you have to do each month. And the same thing if you earn any more than that. And if you earn more than $96,001, you have to do EFT payments as well. So all of these payments are going to be due the last day of the month following the end of the period. Do we have questions on this section specifically?
We good. I'm good.
I have a question, because last year? Yeah, I did like annually, just on January 1st, but this year they're just sending me like every 3 months. What is that?
So this will depend on how your business is registered, but chances are you'll need to pay those quarterly taxes, which are every 3 months, and your annual taxes. If you're a sole proprietorship, that means you'll be paying those quarterly taxes and then doing your own personal taxes every year with those business earnings. So I know it's a lot. It's a lot for small businesses to be able to do all these taxes. By like maintaining that and having those calendar reminders is so important. But that's the schedule in the state of Utah.
So yeah, if you both have Google, for example, as your Google account or Gmail, you can always have your calendar on your phone too, so you can see it much more often, and you can have reminders with the tax dates. So in everything, you need to follow Utah's taxpayer access point. So if you go to their website, you can see all the tax information that you have to do. So one of them, for example, is to look up sales tax rate. So if you're not sure what sales tax you have to have for your certain product or items, then you can look it up with Utah's taxpayer access point. Again, this is what you would follow for anything taxes. So you should also check up on their website every once in a while because they have updates and they will change tax information. It usually happens once a year, but again, the more information you know, the better.
And just to add, from Spice Kitchen, I know a couple of you have gotten help from our team before, like Xavier has helped out or Sammy, and we're trying to find more resources for tax help, specifically maybe accountants who could volunteer or looking for more professionals as opposed to our team helping. So if you ever have a question, absolutely feel free to take a picture of the document and send it to us, and we'll keep trying to help. But we are trying to find an outside resource that'll be able to help more.
I'll add in as well. The IRC is recruiting VITA tax assistants, and they're here to help you with your annual taxes, so not those quarterly taxes. But if you have questions on those annual taxes, we do have people here to help in those next coming months before April. So they're not business specific, but we have some people here to help you.
And so all these things can be a little confusing and a little difficult. It's always good to have them head on because you don't want to delay on your taxes, especially because we never really want to get in trouble with the IRS. That's always a pain in the head. That's always a headache, and it's just easier to ask questions, see what you can learn, and then from there you'll get used to it. After a while, like it will become a habit. It's always just harder in the beginning. So remember, you're in charge of making sure
Get
you're
you.
making sure you're complying with your taxes. This is a guide to managing those taxes, but it does not guarantee you'll be compliant with all the taxes. So again, looking up Utah's tax point is always a good rule of thumb because we have to follow what they set up as a standard. Always do your research and consult with a professional if worst comes to worst. But again, Anat and Claire can provide a lot of research, especially with Spice Kitchen. But most importantly, the tax code. Remember, the tax code was written for businesses. So the more you know about it, the more benefits you can get from it. It's easier to learn what you can and cannot write off, how to do certain things, and how to maximize those profits so that you can get more net revenue.
Okay.
We're also going to go over the online payments through Square. But before we go to the next section, is there any other questions or thoughts, comments you had at the moment? Okay.
I'm good. Just
All right, great. Well, if anything, you can message or contact any of us, and Anat and Claire can definitely help you more with the business aspect of taxes. We're also going to go through the online payments through Square. So have both of you done the online payments, like sending an invoice?
Yes, I just tried mine yesterday when we learned about this. So I tried to open mine like online. So
And
it
how
works great, but the place where to upload like pictures so people can see your menu. That's the place where I cannot do it. So I just left it there.
Yes, so Anat,
Yeah, so great job getting started, Najati. I know we talked about adding pictures and taking more pictures to add, but you just set up Square, right? So you haven't sent invoices through it yet, right?
No.
Okay, perfect timing.
so we're going to walk you through setting up an invoice.
Okay.
Do we know what an invoice is?
Is it like a receipt you're sending to someone or like collecting payments? I don't know how to call that one.
No, yeah, it's collecting payments. That's basically what it is. You're showing them, okay, this is what service, food, or product I'm selling you, and this is the payments.
Okay.
So you can go up to the right-hand corner. We're going to set send invoice. You can put bill to, which is going to be the name, email address, or phone number of the recipient. So the recipient is just the person who's going to receive it. There are definitely a couple of ways to customize the invoices. You can try creating one for yourself, like maybe sending it to either yourself or your son, daughter, husband, and testing it out.
Okay.
So if you want to do a test, like a test run, and it's always good to do a test run for anything, whether it be tasting food or tasting your hot sauces. It's the same thing with any information through Square. Always test it out, see if it's okay. That way, then when you do have to send it to your customers, you kind of see if you have any trouble or you already did it once, so it's easier to do it again. So you can put your email address here. After you put your email address, it's going to say you're going to have it saved, so you can send it out to several recipients as well. Now, in the title, make sure it's descriptive or it's whatever the customer is paying for. So as much detail, not necessarily too much, but just so you know what the order is for and they know what the order is for. That way it's also easier for tracking. So once you add that, you're going to say for a food box. You're going to, since it's your first one, it's probably going to come out as 0001. You can add your message. For customer service too, it's always good to have thank you for using our product. Thank you for buying with Najati's Kitchen. Thank you for purchasing Kathy's hot sauce. Just for customers, and it helps keep your customers coming back to you because they get familiar with your product. They like your atmosphere, and it's always a good thing to do.
I have a question. So, in Claire's presentation, when she talked about setting up a menu, put prices for items. So, is this invoice something that you're sending every time someone buys something, or does that automatically happen for the items that you have on your Square storefront, and this is separate?
So invoices are something that you'll send out. For example, like you're selling to a grocery store, you would send them the invoice for this. Whereas if it's a small customer, they would pay through those receipts that go out automatically when they click on the link to purchase. So this is something you might send out for like a catering event or a large supply order, whereas you don't have to do this every time an individual customer is purchasing something.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Thank you for asking. That was not very clear.
Yeah, great. And so invoices are really good. Also, like Claire was saying, if you have any catering event, if you have any large order, and it might, for example, need a deposit, that's also what an invoice is good for. And it helps you kind of keep track of everything, because if it's just an individual customer coming to your store or buying it, you can either swipe, it'll go automatically to Square. This is better for, again, large purchases or selling to a vendor. like a larger event, like a food market, for any of the larger events. That's what an invoice is good for, and it adds a level of professionalism. So once you have your payment method, so credit, gift card, a credit or debit, or a gift card, you're going to click on which one it is. For the most part, it might be credit or debit, but just know that the other option is there. And you're going to add your item, whatever item you're selling. So if you're selling a burger and fries, yeah, the quantity, the price. And then if you already set up the taxes for your items, like we showed up before, the Utah taxes is automatically going to show up. So that way, again, like Claire and Anat was saying, if you add the taxes already to your food items, you won't have to worry about that later. Just because now you don't have to take those taxes out from your own pocket. Because if you forgot to put the taxes on and you send an invoice, they're expecting to pay only $7 and not $7.21 with the taxes. And it's kind of hard to go back and say, oh, I forgot to add the taxes. Can you pay for the taxes? People probably won't do that, or they'll feel that it was unprofessional and might not return. So I'll let adding that level of professionalism. Okay, so you can have options for reminders and any of the other things about tipping or having a card on file. So make sure you request the shipping address of your food box that will be dropped off at the customer's location. So allowing the customers to save a card and file also will make it easier for them to buy next time. So if you can set up a reminder, have a couple days before the due date. Let's say this is an event and you know the event will be in a month. They won't need to pay right now, but maybe you want them to pay a couple days before the event. So you can also have that funds to create that event. Make sure you have the shipping address. From there, you can allow the customer to add a tip. So tipping is great because it has a lot of extra income for either yourself, or if you have any wait staff or any other staff on file, it helps with the tips. And then you could also save the card on file. So you can ask them if they want their card to be saved. If they want to repeat, then it's just easier to, like, instead of asking them every single time, you already have your card and it's a lot easier.
Great. I have a question for you.
Yes.
About the shipping. So when you ship out an item to the client, how did you get the fee to ship it out? Do you include it in the product?
Our session next week is all about order fulfillment. So we'll have a couple better answers for you then.
Okay, great.
Add a shipping fee onto Square.
Okay.
So yeah, it's always good to know if for example, you have to ship for anything, letting the customer know that, okay, this is the price for our product, and this is the fee associated with sending stuff out to you. That way that, you're letting them know why there's an increase in price. And again, you're putting that price, the shipping price is going to go to the customer and not to you, because you don't want to eat out of your own profits.
Okay.
Okay. So then once you have that all information, it's always a good rule of thumb just to double check before you send anything, and then you can send it. And again, practice is always great. The more you can practice on this, the better it'll be and the easier it's going to be, especially when it comes to taxes. Do we have any questions so far?
No, I think I'm good. I will wait for next week for the the shipment thing.
Yes, and Anat and Claire are a great resource And there's also Neely, which is the Spice Kitchen Small Business Coordinator. And then when it comes to anything that might not be business, but more personal finance, I would be a person to direct any of those questions. And then again, you can reach out if there's anything. And it's always better to ask and to know than to maybe do something wrong. And
Absolutely. Thank you, Brenda.
And like she said, we'll be talking about order fulfillment. So everything from delivery options to packaging and maybe designing delivery routes. That'll be next week. So if you have
Okay.
questions about that, feel free to email me and we'll make sure to answer them. And thank you so much, Brenda, for presenting today.
Thank you. Thank you, Brenda.
it was a pleasure to meet everybody.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So we'll see you all hopefully next Tuesday for the final session at 5:30. And I'll be sure to send a reminder with a link. And at the end of the workshop series, I'll send all of the resources and recordings.
Great. Thank you so much.
When is gonna be the last thing? Like the
Next
last,
week, Tuesday night is the last one.
next week Tuesday. Okay.
And we'll try to do a whole nother round of this workshop series for new people in February. So if you feel like doing it again, you'll have another chance.
Okay, no problem.
Or you can just ask us if you have specific questions. You know where to find us.
All right. Thank you so much.
Of course, thank you all.
Have
Okay,
a great
bye-bye.
night and happy holidays.
You too.
And Merry Christmas to everyone. Bye-bye.
Oh.